going to see if we can get match number 16 started here. Going to meet the teams. Starting off on the Red Alliance with Team 2415.
Wildcats.
In the middle, their alliance partner, it's Team 5332.
Toaster Tech.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 4730.
Terminator.
Facing against them in blue, starting off with 1414.
High Hot.
In the middle, it's 6177.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
We've just got one robot left to hook up, and then we will be ready to go for match number 16 here. Moving right along through the 74 qualification matches scheduled for today and tomorrow. At the conclusion of those qualification matches, we will hold our alliance selections, in which the top 8 teams will select 2 teams each to compete with them throughout the playoff rounds. Looks like we're getting pretty close to being set to go. Just waiting on one more connection, and then we will be all done. I got a green light on the field. We'll get the field zipped up and ready to go for match number 16 here. All right, we are closed up. Let's get ready to go. All right, pilots, get ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right. There in autonomous is 5332 for the Red Alliance, delivers a gear. Blue Alliance has got a gear as well. They're both going to try to start the rotor turning in autonomous. It looks like both of them have started in the first 15 seconds, worth 60 points apiece. 75 to 65 coming out of autonomous, as the bots also get 5 points for crossing the baseline, which is 7'9" plus from the wall. 38-15 up against the retrieval station. North Forsyth Raiders collecting that gear as 24-15 the Wildcats deliver a gear to the airship. 24-15 racing down the field, collides with 61-77 in the launch zone, and then releases 100 fuel elements out onto the field. 24-15 has a gear in their possession. 53-32 spinning around beside them. Here comes 24-15 racing down the field. 38-15 putting on a blocking maneuver as they head to their retrieval station. There go the Wildcats delivering one more gear as 53-32 crosses the neutral zone. 61-77 spinning in the launch area for the Red Alliance as the Wildcats collect another gear. 61-77 puts a blocking maneuver. 24-15 bypasses it real quick. 53-32 now down at the retrieval zone is 61-77. The Atomic Robotic Dogs trying to deliver a gear. 53-32, a little bit of a shove there as they were trying to get it on there. Now they're on the peg. The pilot lifts the gear. Takes the gear off the peg, hands it to the co-pilot, who places it in the gear set. They need one more gear to start the third rotor turning. The Red Alliance has 3 gears turning, or rotors turning as well. We're now under 30 seconds to go in the match. The Red Alliance leading the match 150 to 115 right now. 38-15, they've climbed and they have come in contact. They have secured themselves a spot on the airship, signaling by lighting up the touchpad, as the Wildcats have done as well. 61-77 running low on time. They come in contact with the touchpad, and they light it up as well. They are secured and ready for flight. 200 to 215 is how that one ended up on the end of the match. We'll see if that's the final score. Barring any penalties, here we go. Let's watch the race in the clouds one more time. In the clouds one more time. Here they go. As the Blue Alliance crosses the line with a victory, 215 to 200. IHOT moves into the number 4 ranked position with that victory. All right, let's pay attention to the screen for a word from one of our sponsors.
Check out this guy's leg. Yeah, looks like a real nasty moving back in with his parents.
What? No, I just broke my leg.
No, this is a full-blown move into the basement. You're gonna be out of work. Without that money from Aflac, you might miss your rent.
Oh, I just moved out. Bummer, man.
Hey, I used to have my own place.
Yeah?
Nah, I live with my mom. But it's cool.
Health can change, but the life you love doesn't have to. Keep your lifestyle healthy with
Aflac!
Here we go. We're going to start off with team number 5848.
Robo C3.
In the middle, it's team 5074.
Robo Mustangs.
And with them, it's team 5828.
Rounding out the Robo Alliance, the Robo Pats.
Facing off against them in blue, it's team number 4910.
East Cobb Robotics.
In the middle, it's team 3581.
Think Robotics.
And on the end here, we have team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
We have a green field. Just trying to make sure that everybody who's taken off with the airships is on the airships right now. Got some fuel that needs to be running over to 1648. Looks like we've also got a bit of repair going on that red airship. Want to make sure those airships are safe to be taken off. Looks like we're just making sure that the lifts for that Red Alliance are functional. Those lifts are what the Red Alliance will use to score gears into their airship to make those rotors turn and score points during first Steamworks. Let's see here. Got all the refs off the field. A thumbs up all around. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. And 3, 2, 1, go!
And 15 more seconds of autonomous action as the bots move across the line. Gaining 5 points apiece. Trying to deliver those gears. 58-48. 28, make that 58-28. Slides around their airship into the neutral zone. 49-10, delivering a gear to the lift mechanism on the peg. The Red Alliance now has a gear in their possession. The Blue Alliance has 2 rotors turning now. 40 points apiece as the Red Alliance places another gear in the gear set. 1 more gear will complete the second rotor gear set, allowing that rotor to turn, worth an additional 40 points for the Red Alliance. As 50-74, the Robo Mustangs. They are at the retrieval station. They backed away. They bang into their Blue Alliance airship, now trying to maneuver down the field, crossing across into 16-48. G3 Robotics. 50-74, trying to get across the neutral zone to their airship as 49-10 flies by. 16-48, G3 Robotics puts on a brilliant blocking maneuver as they try to keep 50-74 from delivering that valuable gear. 58-28, spinning around in the neutral zone. Here comes 35-81 as 50-74, Robo Mustangs try to get around G3 Robotics. 50-74 trying to get around, having a hard time with that gear in their possession. The Blue Alliance robot, 16-48, putting on an excellent display of defense. There's 50-74 now has gotten by that defense as they get to the airship, trying to deliver that gear. They're placing the gear on the peg. They're lifting the gear, coming to the airship. It falls off into the bot as we're under 30 seconds left to go. 181-45 is the score right now in favor of the Blue Alliance, as 16-48 is on the deployed rope and climbing, trying to get themselves a spot on the airship. They have signaled that they are ready for flight by touching the air pad. As 49-10, East Cobb Robotics is climbing with 6 seconds left to go. They come in contact with the touchpad, signaling that they're ready for flight as the third Blue Bot runs short of time and they leave him behind. All right, here's the final score. Match number 17 of what will be 74 qualifying matches, as the Blue Alliance comes across victorious with a score 281-45. 281 is now the new high score for the event.
Let's get going. Let's introduce these teams. Starting off on red, it'll be 36-35.
Flying Legion.
Their teammates in the middle will be 56-32.
Azamovians.
And rounding out this red alliance, it's 55-82.
Rex Machina.
Back over to the blue alliance, starting off with 67-16.
Circuit Breakers.
In the middle, it's 41-88.
Columbus Space Program.
And rounding out this blue alliance, it's 47-01.
The Warriors in Robotics Education.
Here we go. Looks like we have a green light all around. Let's go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers.
Wait. They don't have a gear up here.
All right, now it looks like we're ready to go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And 15 seconds of autonomous once more as the bots move forward, gaining 5 points for crossing the baseline for each robot. 41-88 over up against the boiler as the other Blue Alliance, the robot. 47-01 approaches the airship now as the human players have control. And 56-32 spins around in the neutral zone as 55-82. Rex Machina dances along the side in their launch pad area. 41-88 spinning around in the key where the boiler is. As 47-01, Team Wire has delivered a gear. They place the gear in the rotor. Gear set for number 1 rotor, starting it turning worth 40 points. Red Alliance currently has 2 gears placed on the second rotor. They've got it turning as well. 36-35 passes through the fuel elements at 55-82 released onto the field. As 47-01 getting into position to deliver a gear to the pilot on the airship. They need to place 1 more gear to get that second rotor turning. The pilots are instructing the human players. The pilot is lifting the gear up the lifting mechanism peg. The gear is holding on right now as it gingerly is being pulled into the airship. If they place their hands outside of the airship perimeter, they could be penalized. At a score of 90-40 in favor of the Red Alliance as we're under 40 seconds left to go in the match. Both alliances have 2 rotors turning at this time as the Red Alliance starts the 3rd rotor turning. 130-80 right now as the ropes are being deployed, and 47-01 is attached to the rope, going to try to climb up, securing their seat for flight on their airship. At 10 seconds left to go as 47-01 comes in contact with the touchpad signaling that they're ready for fight. 55-82 does the same as 56-32, still trying to deliver a gear as time runs out. 180 to 130 is what it's showing right now on the screen. We'll wait. And here we go, we got a score. Match number 18 of 74. Now the Red Alliance comes across the line victorious with a score. 180 to 130. 36-35, the Flying Legion slides into the number 7 ranked position with that victory.
right, teams, qualification match number 19. We're going to get started here in red with team number 6750.
Pack Attack.
In the middle of their alliance partner, it's team 1795.
Team Clutch.
And rounding out this red alliance, it's 4516.
Hyperion.
Over on the blue side, got a lot of traffic over here. It's 4112.
Eaglebot.
In the middle of their partners is team 3694.
Warbots.
And rounding out the blue alliance is 6177.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
We are almost ready to go here in match number 19. One more connection. That'll be 3694 coming onto the field now.
This is 3694's first appearance. 3694, they don't have a way to power their laptop. Alrighty. One kind of day for them when they're coming on the field. Please tell them when they come on. When they come on. Okay.
Let's see if we can get this launch going in the next couple of minutes. Got the field zipped up, almost ready to go.
We're almost ready. We gotta get this one. Okay, we're ready.
Let's see. See some thumbs up. All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off in autonomous the first 15 seconds of the match. Controlled by programming. Humans have no interaction with the bots for the first 15 seconds. As the Red Alliance has a gear, they're going to try to place it right there. Just a little bit late right there. If it had been just a couple of seconds earlier, they would have gained 60, but instead they gained 40. Each rotor turning for the Alliance gets 40 points. As 45-16, Hyperion moves down to the retrieval zone. 61-77, the Atomic Robotic Dogs cross the field and go to their retrieval zone, where the human player is ready to place a gear in the chute. 41-12, the Eaglebots, they have a gear. 61-77 has a gear. They're both trying to get into position to head down the field, keep bumping into each other. But now they both cross the field. They're in the neutral zone. They split the airship and head towards the lift peg mechanism on the airship as 3694 is holding steady up against the wall. 67-50, the Pack Attack. They've got a gear in their possession trying to deliver it to the airship. Right now, the Blue Alliance has 2 rotors turning. The Blue Alliance needs 3 more gears delivered to them in order to get the 3rd rotor turning, as another gear for the Red Alliance delivered successfully will allow them to start their 2nd rotor turning. 40 points for each rotor that's turning on the airship. As we're now down to 49 seconds, 90-50 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. 61-77 and 45-16 dancing at the airship as 41-12. The Eaglebots collect the gear. No, they change strategy and head down the field as we approach 30 seconds left to go in the match. Now the ropes are being deployed as 41-12, the Eaglebots set up to climb the airship. to secure themselves a seat for flight. They have to signal that they're ready by climbing the rope, coming in contact with the touchpad. At T0, the light has to be lit in order for it to count as 61-77. The atomic robotic dogs are trying to climb. 45-16, Hyperion has successfully climbed for the Red Alliance as time runs out on the Blue Alliance. 50 points for the successful climb for the Red Alliance. All right, here we go with the score coming up on the board. The airships have taken flight. The Red Alliance comes across the line with a score of 140-100 as a final. There were 10 penalty points awarded to the Blue Alliance by penalties committed by the Red Alliance. Match 19 of 74 in the books.
We have hit 20. This will be our 20th qualification adventure. Let's get it started on red with some introductions. 35-73.
Ohms.
In the middle, it's their alliance partner, Team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And rounding out this red alliance, it's 1746.
Otto.
Over on blue, facing off against them, it will be Team 5840.
Shockwave.
In the middle, their alliance partner will be Team 3581.
Think Robotics.
And the third robot in the alliance will be Team 5482.
Robotics.
Let's see if we're ready to get 20 started here. We're gonna get the field locked up, get ready to fly. All right. All right, here we go. Pilots, get ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots for the Blue Alliance move forward delivering a gear to the airship. The pilot trying to get the gear onto the airship. Now has the gear in their possession. Going to try to place the gear into the rotor before the first 15 seconds is over with. Run just a little bit late. Get 40 instead of 60 for that, as we have a 75 to 50 advantage for the Red Alliance coming out. Now 1746, Otto travels down the field with the gear in their possession, delivering it to the airship. They have to place 2 additional gears onto a gear set in order to get the second rotor turning. They have that in position. They're working on getting the third rotor turning. They need 2 more gears delivered to them. Otto has 1. 1648 G3 Robotics has another. As 5482. Robotics trying to collect a gear for the Blue Alliance. Here comes 3573 with another gear. Delivering gear down as another gear goes in place. They now have the 4th gear on that third rotor. They turn the crank and the rotor starts turning. 1 more gear set completed. A total of 6 more gears placed on the Red Alliance airship. They will have 1 additional ranking point for having all 4 rotors turning. And we've got a lot going on still on the field, as 3 of the Blue Alliance robots for the Blue Alliance are at their airship. Now 5480 crosses the neutral zone to collect another gear as Otto releases the field. 3581 dumps fuel elements in the low hopper. Each 9 fuel elements in the low hopper gets them 1 point, as 1648 and Otto try to score in the high hopper. 3 fuel elements in the high efficiency goal gets them 1 fuel point. As we're down to 24 seconds left to go, 155 to 51 in favor of the Red Alliance as Otto climbs up onto the airship. They have signaled that they are ready for flight by engaging the touchpad. 3581 for the Blue Alliance climbing. 1648 for the Red Alliance has climbed, and they're ready for flight. 3581 is ready for flight. 3573 battling the clock, and they run out of time. 255 to 101 is what the score shows as we leave the match.
Hang on.
We've all right, they're taking flight. Here we go. In the clouds, the Red Alliance cross with a score 255 to 101. Otto maintains its #1 ranking out of that match. 5482 moves up in the rankings as well for the Blue Alliance.
Well, let's get going here for match number 21. First off on red with 63-40.
Marist Screaming Eagles.
In the middle there to alliance partner, it's 36-35.
The Flying Legion.
And rounding out the red alliance, it's 41-88.
Columbus Space Program.
Over on blue, we have team number 5074.
Robo Mustang.
Their partners also in blue will be team 3091.
100 Scholars.
And rounding out this blue alliance, it's 32-65.
The Arrowheads.
All right, let's get this field locked up and qualification match number 21 started.
All right, teams, don't forget, you got a gear on your bot from the field. Please don't take it with you back to the pits. If you have any field elements on your bot, when you leave the field, return it to the field before you head to your pits. Thank you, we appreciate it.
That's a green field. Let's get ready to go. All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off and running as 36-35. Hits the center of the airship with a gear in their possession. They're going to try to climb, try to get the gear up, but they're just a little bit unsuccessful with that attempt in autonomous. 63-40, still traveling in autonomous, crosses into the neutral zone. Each time they cross that baseline, they cross it one time, they get 5 points. Now we have a score of 50-18 heading out of autonomous. 32-65 at the airship as 63-40 slides along the side, headed down towards their retrieval zone. 41-88 and 36-35 trying to get a gear as 36-35 heads down to their airship. They have a gear in their possession. They're going to try to place it on the airship. Trying to maneuver into possession. The gear is a little bit crooked in their bot, but they're still going to try. It falls out onto the playing field. They turn around and head back to get another one. It's 63-40. Delivers the gear successfully. The Red Alliance has 2. Rotors turning right now. The Blue Alliance has 1. They've started another gear set for the Red Alliance and need 1 more gear to complete that gear set. In order to start the first rotor turning, they need 1 gear. The second rotor turning requires 2 placed by the human player. To get the third rotor turning, they need to place 4 gears. And if they can successfully get the fourth rotor turning, they need 6 additional gears. As action continues, fast and furious on the field. 50-74 dancing around their airship as the 100 Scholars spin along the side of the neutral zone. 41-88 releases some fuel elements out on the field as we're down to 50 seconds left to go in the match. Air goes 36-35 racing down the sideline towards their retrieval zone as 63-40 delivers another gear. The pilot has the gear, sets it down on the deck. There's 3 gears on the deck right now. They're working to complete that final gear set to get that 4th one going. They need a total of 6 gears altogether. They have 5. 1 more gear and they'll be able to get that 4th rotor turning and gain 1 valuable ranking point. But now we're down to 19 seconds left to go in the match. The ropes have been deployed as 63-40 attempts to climb 5074 trying to gain a spot on the airship as 6340 has done so. The Marish Screaming Eagles have come in contact. So has 4188, the Columbus Space Program. 3091 trying to climb, and they ran out of time one more time. As that ends match number 21 of what will be 74 total qualifying matches this weekend. All right, take a look at the screen as they take flight one more time. Red Alliance 238, Blue Alliance 90 as 36-35. The Flying Legion maintain their spot in sixth with that victory, and the other two members of the Alliance move up in the rankings. 21 of 74 in the books. Thank you, sir.
All right, we got match noting out the Blue Alliance. It's 58-48.
Robo C3.
Still waiting for a green light here. Not quite all the robots are hooked up to the field yet. Looks like we got one bot left to figure out here. Maybe two. That is a green light on the field. I see thumbs up.
No robot for 48, right? No robot for 58. Do they have a human player?
Yes. No robot, but they have a human player.
All right, I'm ready to roll.
All right, let's go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go.
And off and autonomous for 15 seconds. Programmed by the human players as the bots move across the baseline, 7'9+ inches away from the wall. They gain 5 points per robot. As we see 10-0 right now coming out for the Red Alliance as two bots were able to cross the baseline. 4730 has a gear in their possession. They move forward with human interaction up towards the gear peg. They've placed it on the gear peg. The pilot is now trying to give the drivers some instructions as they're trying to collect it. 4730 having a little bit of trouble getting the gear off of their bot. They're working with the pilot as 6349 pushes a few of the fuel elements around. IHOT standing at the top of the key as 4701. Team Wire, the Warriors in robotic education. They're driving and crying with their robot there. 1414 IHOT comes flying across the neutral zone. They have a gear inside of their bot. It now comes out onto the floor. 1414, they're at their retrieval zone. They're going to try to collect another gear. It falls off. They're going to have to reposition themselves one more time as 4701. Team Wire attempts to deliver a gear to the airship. Both alliances have one rotor turning worth 40 points at least. 50-40 is the scores. We're down to 1 minute left to go in the match. 4730 dumps 100 fuel elements out on the field as IHOT flies down in those fuel elements, hits the brakes, spins around. 4730 heads toward the back of their airship to deliver a gear to the pilot on the airship. Both alliances need 2 gears to start the second rotor turning. As one is placed for the Red Alliance. The ropes are now being deployed as we're under 30 seconds left to go. The bots can now climb up onto the airship, securing themselves a spot for flight. They indicate that they're ready for flight by coming into contact with the touchpad on the rope as IHOT starts their climb. We've got 5 seconds left to go. They're trying to climb as the Blue Alliance still on the ground. We run out of time. Match number 22 of 74 in the books. All right, we have purple lights on the field right now. All right, this score of that last match, 50-40 in favor of the Red Alliance. Now let's hear a word from our sponsor, UPS.
Let's go with match number 23 here, starting off in red with 1683.
Techno Titans.
In the middle, next to them, it's team 5828.
Robo Pats.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 4468.
Fernbank Lynx.
And on blue, we'll start it off with 6716.
Circuit Breakers.
Their partners in the middle are 2415.
Wired Cat.
And rounding out this alliance, it's 4240.
Trotec Warriors.
Looks like we're just trying to affix some of these ropes so the teams can be prepared for flight at the end of the match. Those ropes on the airships are released with 30 seconds left in the match, and the robots must climb those ropes to touch the pressure plates at the top. If they do, it'll score 50 points per robot climbed. Looks like we're putting one more pilot into the airship, and then we will be good to go. Our field is green. All right, let's go. Match number 23 coming up. Pilots ready for flight, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, the first 15 seconds programmed by the human players as we have a gear delivered by 1683 to the pilots of the airship. Starting that first rotor turning, 60 points coming out of Autonomous. The Red Alliance with a 75-5 lead. You get 5 points for crossing the baseline in Autonomous. Here comes the Wired Cats colliding with 5828, the Robopats in the middle of the field. As 4468 started to deliver a gear, it fell off of the peg. 4240, Trotec Warriors release 100 fuel elements out onto the field. As 4468 travels through the fuel elements, heading back to the airship. Another gear placed by the Red Alliance. The second rotor starts turning. 40 points right there as the Blue Alliance places the second gear and starts the second rotor turning. 5828, 4240 battling it out in the neutral zone as 1683 collecting a gear, as well as 4468 traveling down to the airship simultaneously side by side as 1683 heads to the back. And 4468 battles with 2450. It's back to the airship with a gear as 1683 pushes the elements across the field, heads back to the retrieval zone. Here comes 4468 diagonally across the neutral zone. Now they're at the retrieval zone. 5828 and 4240 battling it out as 4468 and 2415 collide in the red launch area. The Wired Cats trying to collect another rotor gear. Headed down the field as both alliances now have 2 rotors turning. The Red Alliance now has a third one running. As another gear is being delivered to the airship. We're down to 30 seconds left to go in the match. As the ropes are being deployed, the bots are going to try to climb the ropes, securing themselves a place for flight, signaling that they're ready for flight by coming in contact with the touchpad, signaling they're in their seat and ready to go. Got 10 seconds left to go in the match. 155 to 85. Now 205 to 85 as 1683 successfully signals they're ready for flight. Time runs out as 2415 the Wired Cats fell just a little bit short of time in getting their seat. Match number 23 in the books of what will be 74 qualifying matches. Watch the screen as they take flight one more time. Red Alliance crosses the finish line with a score of 205 to 85 as 1683 and 44-68 slide into the top 8 positions. To dance in the neutral zone. S4910 darts across. 4026 Global Dynamics trying to get into position on their airship as their partner 5332 Toaster Tech tries to deliver a gear. They've got a gear in their possession trying to get to the airship with it. 5582 in contact with them as they're trying to put in a blocking maneuver, trying to keep that gear from scoring. There's another gear being placed in the gear set for the Red Alliance. If they can get one more gear, they will have the third rotor turning as the Blue Alliance now has their third rotor turning. Each rotor worth 40 points as the final gear is being placed. As we're down to 30 seconds left to go in the match, both alliances have 3 rotors turning. 120 points for each alliance as it's 160 to 135 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 5332 with the ropes deployed, trying to climb as 2 of the bots for the Red Alliance are climbing. The third one is trying to climb. Will we have a triple hang as we're down to 8 seconds left to go? 2 of the bots up on the Red Alliance. The third alliance, 6325, trying to come in contact. Right there at T0, they come in contact with it. A triple hang. A triple hang for the Red Alliance. All right, they're in the clouds for the trip one more time as the Red Alliance comes across the finish line with a score of 285 to 210. A new high score for the qualification matches. 285 to 210 in match number 24.
Let's get match number 25 started here. We're going to introduce you to the team starting off on red with 1002.
The Circuit Runners.
And their alliance partners also in red, it's 4112.
Eagle Bot.
And routing out this red alliance, it's 3581.
Think Robotics.
Over to blue, we're going to start off with 1795.
Team Clutch.
Their alliance partner in blue, it's 38-15.
North for Scythe Raiders.
Also wearing the blue for this match, we have Team 3091.
100 Scholars.
We will get this field locked up and ready to go for match number 25 momentarily. Let's get ready to play here. Pilots get ready for flight, and drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off in autonomous as 38-15 moves up to the airship. Across the line, 3091 to 100 Scholars move across into the neutral zone. The Red Alliance bots all move forward from the wall as well. As we're down to now 135 seconds left to go. We got a score of 78-15 coming out of autonomous as the Red Alliance, as the center rotor turning. They're collecting the gears, placing one gear into the second gear set. The second gear being placed right now as they now have the second rotor in operation, worth 40 additional points. They continue to place gears as they're being delivered to them by the Red Alliance bots. The circuit runner spinning around in the retrieval zone as 4112 has a gear in their possession, trying to get around the 100 Scholars who placed a blocking maneuver, but they were able to get by them on the side. The 100 Scholars spinning around. They release 100 fuel elements on the field as the circuit runners pass by them into their launch area with a gear. Two rotors turning for the Red Alliance, one for the Blue Alliance, as another gear is being collected by the pilot of the blue airship. They have it in their possession. They're going to try to start the second rotor turning. Runs around the airship, places it into the gear set. They've got it in the gear set. They crank the gears, start the rotor turning. 40 additional points for the Blue Alliance. 1795, 4112, dancing around the red airship as 4112 was able to deliver another gear. One more gear going into the Red Alliance gear set, starting the third rotor. They now have three rotors turning. 158 to 95 with 33 seconds left to go in favor of the Red Alliance. Now we're down to 30 seconds as the ropes are being deployed. The bots are approaching the ropes. They're going to try to secure themselves a spot for flight as the 100 Scholars have been trying real hard over the past few matches. They now have successfully climbed up the airship with their bot coming in contact. 4112, they're right there, but they drop down. They have to be in contact at T0. They're trying 4112. Oh, right at the last second. They lost contact. Have to let the referees make a determination. All right. 100 Scholars able to complete their successful climb and secure themselves a seat for flight as the Red Alliance comes across victorious with a score of 158 to 150. Big difference in that match. The rotor points for the Red Alliance. Match number 25 of 74 qualifying matches now in the books.
are going to get you guys introduced to these teams that will be taking part in qualification adventure number 26. To start off here, we have in red team number 6177.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
Next to them in red, it's team 5482.
Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 4701.
The Warriors in Robotic Education.
Over to the Blue Alliance, we have team 6349.
Albany High Indians.
Next to them in blue, it's 1648.
G3 Robotics.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it is team number 6340.
Marist Screaming Eagles.
Bit of a scramble to make sure that we have all the fuel where it needs to be and all the pilots where they need to be. Once everything's in the correct spot, we will get qualification match number 26 going here. Got to get all the field ropes into position. All right, we got a green light on the field. All right, let's get the field zipped up and ready to go for qualification match number 26 here.
Gate over on that side.
All right, let's get good to go here. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go once more. 15 seconds programmed by the human players as 6349 travels all the way down the field. In contact, 1648 G3 Robotics. They've delivered a gear. The Blue Alliance has the rotor turning. 77-15 coming out of Autonomous. That one gear could be the difference in the match. As G3 Robotics heads down to the retrieval zone. They're at the retrieval chute, and now they have collected a gear, heading down across the neutral zone to their airship. As 6349 spins into neutral zone, Atomic Robotic Dogs head down towards their retrieval zone as well, trying to collect the gear. As the first rotor starts for the Red Alliance, 40 points for the Red Alliance. Blue Alliance has an additional rotor. That's an additional 40 points for them. 61-77, 1648 dancing in the red launch zone as 54-82. Robotics delivers a gear to the pilots on the airship. Having a little trouble with the lift mechanism on the Red Alliance ship. Pilot trying to get it back into position. 4701 dancing around the Warriors in robotic education. They're at their airship spinning around. Looks like they're going to try to keep 6340 from getting down into their retrieval zone. 1648 crossing the field to their neutral. Oh my goodness, a collision with their teammate 6340 right there in the middle of the neutral zone. As 5482 dances along the sideline. 6349 spins around in the neutral zone. That's the Indians of Albany High. 6348 now in position up against the wall, waiting for the ropes to be deployed as we're under 30 seconds left to go. 4701 in position. The Warriors, they're trying to climb, securing themselves a spot for flight. They don't want to be left behind as 1648 G3 Robotics makes their climb. Their partner 6349 also makes a climb, 50 points. as 47:01. The Warriors, they come in contact with that touchpad, signaling that they're ready for flight as well. 50 points for the Red Alliance, 100 points for the Blue Alliance. For the robots, signaling that they're ready for flight, coming in contact with those blue touchpads. Here comes the score. Through the clouds they race as the Blue Alliance crosses the finish line first with a score of 282 to 145. As 6340 holds its position in the rankings, the other two Alliance members move up. 5482, even though they lost that match, they moved up in the rankings as well.
We are going to introduce you guys to the teams in qualification match number 27 right now. Starting off in red, it's team 6325.
Reset Robotics.
Their alliance partners, also in red, are going to be 4516.
Hyperion.
And 4240.
Trotec Warriors.
Over representing the Blue Alliance, it's team 3694.
Orbots.
Next to them, it's team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's 4910.
East Cobb Robotics.
We got a green light on the field. That means the robots are at least theoretically ready for liftoff. We will see if the human players and pilots are ready as well. All right, volunteers, what do we say? This is qualification match number 27. Good to go. Let's go. Qualification match number 27. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the red bots are off in action and autonomous, and so are the blue as they move away from the wall. They can cross that baseline 7 foot 9 inches across from the wall. They are able to gain 5 points per bot as we have a score of 15-10 coming out of autonomous. Now the red bots. 63-25, Reset Robotics delivers a gear as 49-10. East Cobb Robotics collects the gear from the retrieval zone and heads back down the field to their airship. 42-40, dancing around in the neutral zone as the rotors are turning. The Red Alliance now has 2 gears in their possession. They start the second rotor turning by cranking the gear. Takes 2 gears to start the second rotor turning. They have to place 4 additional gears to start the rotor turning. And then if they try to get the 4th gear in action, rotor in action, it takes an additional 6 gears. All right, they're 63-25, headed down the sideline. They're now at their airship with a gear. They've delivered it to the pilot. The pilot pulls it up the lift mechanism, takes it off the peg, hands it to the co-pilot. No, he takes it and delivers it to the gear set. They need 1 more gear in that gear set to finish and start the 3rd rotor turning, worth an additional 40 points, as both alliances have 2 rotors turning. 100 fuel elements released by 45-16, the Hyperion robot. S4188 comes down the field and releases 100 fuel elements as well. They're down at the retrieval area, collecting a gear. 4188, Columbus Space Program and their robot Aerostat collides with 4240, the Trotec Warriors bot in the middle of the neutral zone. We are down to 35 seconds left to go in the match. It's 49-10. East Cobb Robotics delivers a gear to their airship. 30 seconds left to go. As another gear shed is start and the ropes are deployed. 49-10, East Cobb Robotics heads to the rope. They're going to try to climb up onto the airship, securing a flight. 45-16, Hyperion. They have already come in contact, signaling that they're ready for flight. As 49-10 trying to signal their readiness as well. They have for the Blue Alliance 50 points for each alliance right now as more gears are being delivered to the airship. 41-88, the Columbus Space Program ran out of time and the airship left without them. All right, here we got a score coming up. Looks like it's going to be a tight one. 185 to 180. The autonomous points made the difference as 2 of the bots move forward on the Blue Alliance and all 3 cross the baseline on the Red Alliance. That 5 additional points in autonomous made the difference in that match. 27 of 74 now completed.
Let's get you guys introduced to the teams from qualification match number 28. We're going to start, as usual, on the red side of the field with Team 4026.
Global Dynamics.
Their partners in the middle will be Team 1746.
Auto.
And wrapping up this red alliance will be Team 4112.
Eaglebots.
Over on the blue side of the field, we've got Team 3573.
Ohms.
In the middle, it'll be 3265.
Arrowheads.
And rounding out the blue alliance, there we go, Team 4730.
Terminators.
All right, we got a green field. Just waiting for the gates to be locked. All right, pilots, get ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off and autonomous. And 1846 tries to score in the high goal. And there we And that was a field fault. I'll have to start and reset that one all over again.
Reset your robots. Put them back into their starting configurations and positions. All right, we're going to give this one another shot. We're getting all the gates closed up, all the personnel, the ground crew off the field. Sounds like we got a green field. Let's get going. Let's give this one another shot. Qualification match number 28. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And once more, 28.2 as Otto shoots each one of those going into upper efficiency goal, gets 1 point of fuel. Building pressure up in the boiler as they try to stoke it. Now they deliver a gear. They're going to try to get the gear in place before the 16 seconds is up. Fell just a little bit short of time right there as the Red Alliance still has a lead, though, of 56-10. And there's Global Dynamics scoring high. Takes 3 of the fuel elements in the upper efficiency goal in order to get 1 kPSA of pressure built up. 98-10 as we're down to 108 seconds left to go in the match. 35-73. That's the ohms they're delivering or trying to deliver a gear right now. It's on its side. They've approached the left peg. The pilot is trying to maneuver. They're in position now. They finally get that gear on the peg, and the pilot is able to retrieve it and place it into a gear set. The Red Alliance has 2 rotors turning. The Blue Alliance has none right now. As he places it in the center gear, the gear in the center rotor, it starts the rotor turning. Takes 1 gear to start the center rotor turning. It takes 2 additional gears placed by the human player to start the second rotor turning. In order to get a third rotor turning, the human pilots have to place 4 additional gears into the gear set. As the Red Alliance now has 3 of the 4 rotors turning. If they can get the 4th rotor turning, they will get 1 additional ranking point, but that's going to take the bots delivering 6 gears to the airship. As 35-73 and 40-26 battle it out. Here's Otto with another gear and a bunch of fuel elements. 47-30 now dancing around the field as the ropes are being deployed. Otto trying to score in the upper goal. The ropes are being deployed as we're down to 20 seconds left to go in the match. There goes Global Dynamics securing themselves a spot on the airship as Otto tries to climb. They're running short of time, folks, as we're down to 8 seconds left to go. We have 2 bots climbing on the Red Alliance. One has already come in contact. I can't see the other side. They run just a little bit short of time. Didn't quite make it all the way up to come in contact with that touchpad. But Global Dynamics gains 50 points for the Red Alliance for their successfully telling everybody that they were ready for flight. And we have a score. They're going to go into the clouds one more time. As we see the Red Alliance come across the finish line with a score of 213-75. All right, now let's listen for a word from our sponsor, Synovus.
This is a Clydesdale. Despite what you see in the commercials, he doesn't play football. He won't bring me a cold one, as much as I wish he would. He does not fall easily in love with his kitty cat pals, of which he has none. He's just really good at being a horse on this ranch. I run with help from my banker at Synovus, the bank of here. Really, Bruce?
Let's get set for match number 29. We're going to try to get through 50 today. But for now, it's 29, and the Red Alliance, first off, it's 67-16.
Circuit breakers.
Their partners in red will be 38-15.
North Forsyth Raiders.
And 53-32.
Toaster Tech.
Looking over at their opponents in blue, starting off with 24-15.
Wildcats.
Their partners, 58-48.
Robo C3.
And rounding out the alliance is 55-32.
The Azamovians.
Just the ropes left to go. Looks like we are set to go here. All right, pilots, ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off in autonomous. One more time, 15 seconds. Controlled by the programming as the Red Alliance places a gear into their airship. Gaining 60 points as we leave autonomous 75-10 right now. All right. A lot of action taking place on the field right now as 38-15 the North Forsyth Raiders. They're trying to get their gear onto their airship as 58-48 Robo C3 tries to hinder their progress. 67-16 the Circuit Breakers and their robot Wadi dancing around the field with 56-32 the Azamovians and their robot Isaac. (67-16) the Red Bot holding steady in the neutral zone as 58-48 dances around at the line. 38-15 and 53-32 collecting gears, trying to get down to their airship as 24-15 the Wildcats slide across the back of the red launch pad. They head across the neutral zone, and now they're at their airship delivering a gear as 38-15 tries to deliver a gear. They have the gear on the peg. The pilot is retrieving the gear. It is now on the airship as two of the rotors are turning for both alliances. They need 3 more gears placed to get that third rotor. They have 2 of them now in their possession. Oh, the Red Alliance. 1 more gear for the Red Alliance will enable them to start their third rotor, gaining an additional 40 points. As the Blue Alliance has their 5th gear, they have started the third rotor as well. We're down under 30 seconds left to go. 135 to 115 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now, with 17 seconds left to go. 38-15 has deployed. They're up. They're back down. They're falling off. They have to stay in contact at T0. 53-32 falls off with 1 second left to go in the match. In order to be secured and ready for flight, you have to be in contact at the end of the match. 38-15, North Forsyth Raiders and their bot Kraken. They were ready for flight. Here we go. As they cross the finish line in the clouds, we see that being ready for takeoff, made the difference for the Red Alliance with a score of 165 to 135 over the Blue Alliance as all three members of the Red Alliance move up in the rankings. 29 of 74 now completed. Getting ready to start adventure number 30.
All right, we've hit 30. I've heard it's the new 20. We're going to start off in red with 58-28.
Robo pads.
In the middle in red, it will be 10-02.
Circuit runners.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 58-40.
Shockwave.
And in blue, we're going to start off with 50-74.
Robo Mustangs.
In the middle, it's 14-14.
Hot.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance will be 16-83.
Techno Titan.
Just one more robot. Needs to get ready for takeoff here. We got a green field. All right. Thumbs up all around. Pilots, get ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, the bots in action autonomously. 1002, Circuit Runners delivers a gear, places it in the top, starts the rotor turning. Both alliances have the rotor turning 60 points. Right now we have a 70-65 score for the Blue Alliance coming out of autonomous. Bots can gain 5 points by crossing the baseline, which is 7'9+ away from the wall. That 5 points could make a difference. 58-28, delivering a gear, trying to, as 14-14 IHOT dances around. 1683, 1002, putting on a blocking maneuver as IHOT tries to collect a gear from the retrieval zone. 1683, delivering a gear to the airship as 5074 has a gear on their bot in the wrong position. Circuit Runners holding steady. It looks like they're having a little problem with communications as 1683 dances around them. 58-28 and 50-74 forming a train with 1002 by the airship. IHOT in 1683. The Techno Titans trying to collect the gear. Take those gears down to the airship. Get those gears placed in the gear set in order to gain those valuable points. Here comes IHOT dancing around the field, putting on a blocking maneuver against 58-28. Pushing to and fro, backwards and forwards. Of them trying to gain the advantage as we have a train of all the robots in the center neutral zone right now. 1,002 and 1414 locked together. 5,074, the Robo Mustangs dancing across. 58.40 with 30 seconds left to go. Standing next to the airship as the ropes are being deployed. 1683, the Techno Titans have grabbed onto a rope. They've climbed up the airship rope. They have signaled that they're ready for flight right now. 50 points if they can stay there for the next few seconds. 8 seconds left to go. 185 to 70 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. As 58.40. They're trying to climb as well. Time runs short as we have one official robot climb onto the airship for 50 points. All right. As we look up to the screen, they're in flight one more time. Going across the line, the Blue Lions finishes first with a score of 185 to 70 over the Red Alliance as 1683 slides into the number 2 ranked position. 5074 moves up as well in the rankings.
Let's see what teams we have in qualification adventure number 31, starting off on red with 5582.
Rex Machina.
In the middle, their alliance partner will be team 6750.
The Pack Attack.
And rounding out the alliance will be 4468.
Burnbank Lynx.
Over here on the blue side, we'll start off with 3635.
Flying Legion.
In the middle, 1795.
Team Clutch.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 1648.
G3 Robotics.
We got a green field, although it looks like we're still trying to figure out if all the robots are behaving the way they're supposed to be. Looks like we're making sure that all robots start inside their frame perimeter. Keep in mind that all robots must start inside a vertical projection made by the outside of their frame. Last gate getting shut down now. Got thumbs up all around. All right, qualification match 31. Pilots ready for flight. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots move forward in autonomous. Crossing the baseline gains them 5 points apiece. Those 5 points could be valuable in autonomous. As 55-82 and 17-95 meet in the middle of the neutral zone. And we're done with autonomous as 55-82 has a gear, drops it on the field. 17-95 takes their gear and delivers it to the airship. Both alliances have the center rotor turning. Takes 1 gear to get the center rotor turning. The second rotor requires the placement of 2 additional gears by the human players. As 55-82 and 16-48 battling around. 16-48 trying to get by 55-82 to deliver a gear. Here comes 67-50. The pack attack. They have their bot down at the retrieval zone. As 16-48 comes down the sideline and collides with the Rex Machina. They're battling it out as 16-48 trying to get down the retrieval zone. 55-82 puts on a blocking maneuver, and 36-35 passes all of that action and goes to collect the gears. 17-95 now has a gear in their possession as Rex Machina tries to keep them from going down the field. Here comes 36-35, a Flying Legion at their airship delivering a gear. 2 rotors turning for the Blue Alliance. 1 rotor turning for the Red Alliance. As the Blue Alliance has their next gear started. That's worth an additional 40 points. As 44-68 is at the retrieval zone for the Red Alliance. 36-35 going around the backside of the airship, colliding with 44-68. The gear pops out, and 44-68 travels back down the field to get another gear. With less than 30 seconds to go in the match, the ropes are being deployed, and here comes 55-82, Rex Machina at the rope. They want to secure themselves a spot on the airship for flight. There goes G3 Robotics. They're going to try to climb. That's 2 of the red bots, 44-68, 55-82 climb. 44-68 in contact with the touchpad. There it goes, it lights up. 16-48. We have 4 bots it looks like, that are up, ready for flight. 50 points for each bot that's in contact with that touchpad at the end of the match. We've got a score. Watch the cloud one more time. The Blue Alliance comes across the finish line first with a score of 240 to 150. As 36-35 moves up into the 5th ranked position with that victory.
Let's meet the teams for qualification match number 32. We're going to start off in red with 3573.
Ohms.
In the middle, it will be Team 6325.
Reset Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance with Team 2415.
Wired Cats.
All the way over here to the blue side of the field, starting off with Team 3091.
100 Scholars.
And Team 5848.
Robo C3.
And Team 4516.
Hyperion.
Let's see if we can get the field clear here. We're only waiting for one more robot to be ready to start qualification match number 32. And sounds like we have a green field now. Just a matter of ropes, airships, and closing up the field at this point. Looks like two of those three things are completed already. All right, here we go. Thumbs up. Green field. Ready to go. Pilots ready for flight. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And there we go as 2415 spins around in the launch pad area. 6325 and their other Alliance members move across the line as 100 Scholars move across the baseline, as well as 4516. Hyperion. 3091, the 100 Scholars. They've got a gear in their possession. They're delivering it to the airship. They're trying to place it on the peg. The pilot is grabbing a hold of the gear on the lifting mechanism, pulls it up into the airship. Both alliances have one rotor turning. They can place the second gear for the Blue Alliance. They crank the gears, and the second rotor starts to turning, as well as the Red Alliance. Both alliances have two rotors turning, worth 40 points at minimum. As the 100 Scholars are down at the retrieval zone, they're picking up a gear. 6325, Reset Robotics, and their alliance partner 3573, the Ohms, collecting gears, and there comes the Wired Cats getting in on the action as well. 5848 standing still at the side hoppers right now, putting on a blocking maneuver as 3091 tries to stop 3573 from delivering a gear, but 3573 dances around them, now moves to a peg. As 6325 dances around the back side of the airship, the pilot retrieves the gear from 3573, now on the deck. 3091 releases 100 fuel elements out on the field as the Wired Cats now trying to deliver a gear to the airship as well. 5848, Robo C3 putting in a successful blocking maneuver on that one. As 2415, the Wired Cats change position and strategies and go to the center of their airship. 6325 and 3091 dancing together as 6325 bypasses, and now 4516, Hyperion delivers another gear. 30 seconds left to go in the match. 130 to 90 in favor of the Blue Alliance now as the ropes are being deployed. 100 Scholars now has a hold of the rope. They have climbed and successfully secured themselves a seat for flight on the airship, signaling that they're ready for flight. They're all buckled in and ready to go as 6325 now tries to climb up the rope. They're having a little trouble with their mechanism as the Wired Cats climbing as well. They light up the pad at T0, giving them a 50-point score. All right, we look up 180 to 140 right now as we see them travel into the clouds. Taking off, the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance crosses the line first with a score. Final score of 180 to 140. Both alliances received. They're ready for takeoff. The difference in the match, the Red Alliance had one more rotor turning. As we're now done with match number 32.
Qualification match number 33. We're going to get it rolling here in Columbus, starting off with 4730.
The Terminators.
Their partners in the middle are 1746.
Auto.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 5632.
Azamovians.
And over on the blue side, we're going to start it off with 6340.
Marist Screaming Eagles.
In the middle, it's 1683.
Techno Titan.
And in blue, it's 3694.
Warbots.
We got a green field. See if we can clear off and get this match started. Looks like the last of the field is getting locked up now. Thumbs up all around. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, it's a 2-on-3 match as Otto shoots each one. If they get in that upper hopper, gets 1 point, 1 pressure point built up. If they can gain 40 pressure points, they will receive 1 ranking point as Otto now delivers a gear. Or may maneuver around to another peg trying to deliver a gear. Come in contact with 1683, the Techno Titans, as they're at their retrieval zone, collecting a gear. There goes 5632. That's the Azomavians with their robot Mavi headed down to collect a gear to take back to the airship. Here comes 6340 screaming across the field. The Screaming Eagles do. 1683. They're still there. Titans with their robot Atlas trying to collect the gear. Backing off. The gear is in a bad position right now as they try to get into position. Here goes 6340. They've collected. The gear is 1683. The gear falls down into the slot, but they're holding steady. They must be having some communication problems. Solid red light usually means, solid orange light usually means that there's some type of problem with communications. All right, the flashing orange light on 6340 is there at their retrieval chute collecting a gear. Otto trying to deliver a gear as well. Now 1683 gets going one more time as they have a gear in their position and deliver it to the lift peg mechanism for the pilot. Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance both have two rotors turning. Action taking place as 5632 spins around. 1683 putting a blocking maneuver on Otto as 5632. The Azomovians deliver a gear to their airship. 6340 headed toward the retrieval zone. They cross the neutral zone. They're heading back. Now, as we're down to 30 seconds left to go in the match, 132 to 94 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. The ropes have been deployed. Otto headed towards a rope. They're going to try to climb. They're getting into position as 6340. The Screaming Eagles, they've grabbed hold of the rope and they're climbing as well. They want a seat on that airship. They want to signal that they're ready for flight, which they've done right now. That's worth 50 points there as Otto climbs as well. 50 points for the Red Alliance. 2 bot for the Blue Alliance as 1683 climbs at the last second. Here we go. We're taking it off into the clouds as the Blue Alliance crosses the finish line with a score 232 to 144 as 1683. The Techno Titans move into the number 1 position. Otto falls down to 3 with that loss from number 1. 33 of what will be 74 total qualifying matches this weekend now completed.
Now that we got both alliances on the field, it's time to introduce you to the teams in qualification match number 34. We're going to start off in red with Team 1002.
The Circuit Runners.
In the middle, their alliance partner will be Team 5074.
Robo Mustangs.
And rounding out the red alliance, it will be Team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
All the way over on the blue side, we have Team 5840.
Shockwave.
In the middle, Team 6349.
Albany High Indians.
And Team 6177.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
Ready to go. Let's see qualification match number 34 get started. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots are off. Programmed by the humans for the first 15 seconds of 6177. Travels all the way down the field. All right. First 15 seconds. Autonomous programming. Now the humans have control. Hopefully the robots will respond the way they're supposed to respond as 6177. The robotic dogs drop 100 few elements out onto the field. 4188, the Columbus Space Program, and their bot, Aerostat, now collected a gear diagonal across the field. They're at their airship delivering another gear. 1002, the Circuit Runners, has a gear in their possession. They're holding steady. They're moving towards the airship. The pilot is telling them where to go as they're moving towards the peg. 6349. Now trying to deliver a gear as 6177 dances around the field. There we go. The Blue Alliance now has one gear in the rotor turning. The Red Alliance has two rotors turning, each worth at least 40 points apiece as the Columbus Space Program travels down the field to deliver another gear. 6177, the Atomic Robotic Dogs, trying to get their gear into position so that they can deliver it to their airship. 5840, that's Shockwave. They're at their air station as well. Here comes 6177 down the field with a gear in their possession. Looks like it's a little crooked. They may have a little trouble unloading that gear, but they're going to work together with their pilot to try to get that gear in position in order to lift it up onto the deck. 4188, 1002. They're stuck as 1002's. The light is solid orange. That's not a good sign for communication. 16 seconds left to go in the match. 90-50 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. As 4188 going to try to climb up and secure themselves a seat for the flight with 5 seconds left to go. All the Alliance robots are bottling the time clock as we get down to the end of the match. None of the bots were able to secure a seat for flight, although 4188 did come off of the deck. And here we go with the score. Watch it in the clouds one more time. As the Red Alliance crosses the line first with a score of 90-50. Match number 35, now complete.
Let's get match number 35 started. We're going to start off over in red with Team 4910.
East Cobb Robotics.
Next to them in red will be Team 5482.
Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance will be Team 3635.
Flying Legion.
All the way over here on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4112.
The Eagle Bots.
In the middle, 6716.
Circuit Breakers.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, Team 1795.
Team Clutch.
Here we go. Got some admiring going on over on the Red Alliance. One more robot left to go. Looks like we're gonna lock up the field and get ready for qualifying adventure number 35 momentarily. Just one more robot.
Okay, as soon as we kind of green, 1, 2, 3, go.
There we go. We got a green light on the field. We got thumbs up all around. Pilots get ready for flight. Drivers get behind the lines. Match will start in 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, 67-16. The circuit breakers move down the field. It's 41-12. The Eagle Bots move up to the airship, and 1795 crosses into the neutral zone as well. Each bot that crosses the plane of the baseline gets 5 points. As we have a score of 55-55. Now, as both alliances have one rotor turning, the Red Alliance has one rotor in the second, one gear in the second rotor. They're looking for one more gear to be placed onto their airship. There's 49-10 circling around the backside, 36-35. Flying Legion, Czar Krabby there delivers a gear to the pilot, who collects the gear, places it into the gear set. That's the second gear needed. They crank the gears, and the rotor starts turning. As 36-35, the Flying Legion releases 100 fuel elements out onto the field. 49-10, East Cobb Robotics and Vern picks up a gear. It's inside of their bot. Out of position. 41-12, putting on a blocking maneuver. That's the Eagle Bots. As 36-35, the Flying Legion is down in their retrieval zone, collecting a gear. They have it in their possession, heading downfield, maneuvering through the neutral zone, left and right. Now they're down to the airship. They're delivering it to the pilot. The pilot has it on the lift station, the lift mechanism. Now they place it into that third rotor gear set, which requires an additional placement of 4 additional gears. As the Red and the Blue Alliance both have 2 rotors turning. 1 additional gear is what it looks like the Red Alliance needs in order to start that third gear turning. As we're now down to 26 seconds, 100-95 is the score as the ropes have been deployed, and 36-35. The Flying Legion, they're going to try to gain flight as 41-12, the Eagle Bots, come in contact with their touchpad signaling that they're ready for flight. The 49-10 team of East Cobb Robotics does the same. 36-35, battling the clock, and at the last second comes in contact with the touchpad. 195-150 as the match ends. Excuse me. Here we go. In the clouds they go as the Red Alliance crosses the finish line first with a score of 195-150. That's match 35 of what will be 74 total qualifying matches this weekend. Difference in that match, the additional bot that was signaled that they were ready for flight.
let's see who we've got for qualification match number 36. Starting off in red with team 3581.
Think Robotics.
In the middle, it's 4468.
Fernbank Lynx.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 3815.
Forsyth Raiders.
All the way over to the blue, it is 4026.
Global Dynamics.
In the middle, 5582.
Rex Machina.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's 1414.
iHot.
All right, just got to figure out the final placement of these robots on their launch pads. We will be ready to take off in match number 36. We're trying to get through 55. By the end of qualification matches today, we will complete the rest tomorrow morning. Last gate's closing now. We've got a green field. That is a good sound to hear. All right. Let's see it right now. Qualification match number 36. Pilots ready for takeoff. Drivers behind the lines. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here they go. 15 seconds programmed by the humans to do what you see them do right now. Crossing the baseline gets them 5 points. Delivering a gear. Starting the rotor gets them 60 points. 4468 releases 100 fuel elements out on the field. 63-70 as we come out of the autonomous. There we go. A lot of action taking place. It's 38-15. North Forsyth Raiders and 3581. Think Robotics collect the gear from the retrieval zone. iHot and Global Dynamics doing the same for the Blue Alliance. Global Dynamics trying to get into position, puts a blocking maneuver on Fernbank Lynx. 4468 gets around 4026 and heads to the pilot station as they collect the gear. They've already got a second rotor in action.
Let's see who we've got competing in match number 37. We're going to start off in red, as usual, with Team 4701.
Team Wire.
Next to them in red is 4240.
Trotec Warriors.
And wrapping it up in red is 5332.
Toaster Tech.
All the way over to the blue side, it's 3265.
Arrowheads.
Next to them is 5828.
Robopads.
And it will be 6750.
Hack Attack.
Looks like we just got one more gate to close and we will be ready to go. for qualification match number 37. Got thumbs up all around. All right, pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off and running as 3 bots for the Red Alliance move across the baseline. 2 bots for the Blue Alliance. Looks like they've moved across the baseline. The referees will have to make that determination. I can't see from this side of the field. We have a score of 15-10. That's what it looks like as the Red Alliance has the lead. As the human players take control. Now a gear is placed by both alliances into the first rotor. 1 gear is all it takes to start the first rotor. It takes 2 gears to start the second rotor. 4 gears to start the third rotor and 6 gears to start the fourth. Each rotor worth a minimum of 40 points depending on when it was started. 4701 travels down the field. They're on the backside of their airship. They have a gear in their possession. They slide over to the side of the airship to deliver a gear to the lifting mechanism. The peg, the pilot is now lifting the gear out of 4701's bot, trying to pull it onto the deck of the airship, successfully doing that, placing the first gear of 2 needed to start the second. Rotor turning as 4240. Churotech Warriors release 100 fuel elements out onto the field. 3265, the Arrowheads. They're delivering a gear. The pilot has control of the lifting mechanism. Now they have it on the deck. The pilot takes the gear, places it in to the gear set of rotor number 2. They need 1 more gear. 4701 delivering the second gear for the second rotor's gear set. They are placing the gear. Red Alliance cranks the gear, now has the second rotor turning, worth 40 additional points. 30 seconds left to go in the match. It's 53-32. Heads towards the ropes. 4701, they're trying to climb as well. We're down to 15 seconds left to go in the match. That's 32-65. Trying to get their control of the rope so they can climb as well as 4701. Battling the clock with 5 seconds left to go. Oh, they fall off as the rope breaks. 53-32 at T0 was in contact. The touchpad stays lit, gaining them 50 points there. And here comes the score as they head into the clouds once more. 37 in the books as Red crosses the line first with a score of 170-55. All team members of that alliance move up in the rankings with that victory. 37 of 74 qualifying matches now in the books.
All right, we're queued up for match number 38 right now. We're going to try to get through 55 by the end of the day today. number 38 on the Red Alliance. The first team will be team number 5848.
Robo C3.
In the middle will be team 5840.
Shockwave.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, 6716.
Circuit Breakers.
Over on the blue side, we have team 4730.
Terminators.
In the middle, 3635.
Flying Legion.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, 6325.
Reset Robotics.
Green light on the field. When the field makes that dinging sound, you know the field's ready to go, theoretically at least. All right, looks like the field is clear. Let's see if everyone's good to go. All right, pilots ready for flight, drivers behind the lines. Match will start in 3, 2, 1, go!
And one more autonomous round of 67-16. Rockets across the baseline into the neutral zone. 36-35 and 63-95. 25 deliver a gear to the airship. 60 points for that rotor turning in autonomous as it's 70-5 in favor of the Blue Alliance coming out of autonomous. 47-30 does a handstand on the backside of the field. 67-16 dances around in the neutral zone is 36-35. Collects their gear and crosses across the neutral zone headed for the airship. 63-25. That's Reset Robotics. Drops 100 fuel elements onto the field as they pass by. 58-48 now. Bouncing back and forth in the middle of the field with 47-30 as 36-35 and 67-16 have a conversation in the neutral zone. The Circuit Breakers and 36-35. The Flying Legion. There's 47-30 and 58-48. As 47-30 dances around, 36-35 passes everybody on the sideline as they head to their airship. 63-25 Reset Robotics holding steady at the backside of their airship as 36-35 pushes them up against the airship. Don't see a light on their bot. It could be a communication problem with 63-25. 67-16 and 36-35 having a conversation in the neutral zone, but 36-35 passes right on by, ignoring what 67-16 had to say as they head towards the retrieval zone. The human player in position slides the gear down the chute. 36-35 crosses the neutral zone. The ropes have been deployed with under 30 seconds left to go. It doesn't look like there's anybody trying to climb right now, but 58-40 now decides they want to try to secure a spot for the flight. 36-35 running out of time. They're battling the clock with 5 seconds left to go. Trying to climb the robot. They back away as 58-40 runs out of time as well. 110-45, what the score is indicating right now in favor of the Blue Alliance. And we're going to see them take off and see what the final score will be as the Blue Alliance does cross the finish line ahead of the Red Alliance with a score of 110-45 as all three members of the Blue Alliance move forward. 36, 35. That would be the Flying Legion and their bot Czar Krabby slide into the number 3 ranked position. 38 of 74 qualifying matches this weekend.
Let's see who we've got in qualification match number 39 over here on the Red Alliance. We're going to start off with 54-82.
Robotics.
That is the ding of the green light. Here we go, thumbs up all around.
In the first gear set for rotor number 2. The second one delivered by 4112, the Eagle Bots, as the pilot places it into the gear set. Turns the crank and the second rotor starts turning. 50-74. That's the Robo Mustangs. They're trying to deliver a gear to their airship. The pilot is telling them they're in the right position. They're lifting the gear up onto the airship, gingerly moving it in so that it doesn't drop off onto the field. The pilot now has it in their possession, places it into the number 2 rotor gear set. The second gear goes into place for the number 2 rotor, and the pilot cranks the gears, starting the number 2 rotor. Both alliances now have 2 rotors turning worth at least 4 points apiece. 115-90 is the score. As we're down to 60 seconds left to go in the match. 56-32, the Azamobians maneuvering around the field. 24-15, Wired Cats headed down the field trying to get another one. They're trying to put a blocking maneuver on 50-74, trying to keep them from getting another rotor started. They need 2 more gears placed in order to start the 3rd rotor. The Red Alliance needs to start their gear in action. They have all their gears turning as the second rotor starts turning. We're under 30 seconds left to go. The ropes are being deployed as G3 Robotics is at a rope they're trying to climb. 4112 trying to climb as well. Eagle Bots They've got a hold of the rope. They're going to try to climb. They're running out of time with 7 seconds left to go. They're climbing up the wire. Cats have already come in contact. 41-12 trying to come in contact at T0, but no, they did not. All right, here we go. Take a look. What happens in the cloud? As the Red Alliance gets 255 to 90. The Red Alliance was awarded an unearned climb when they were contacted by the Blue Alliance robot in the final 30 seconds of the match. $39 of 74.
All right, let's get going here. First up in red, 4701.
Warriors in Robotics Education.
In the middle, it's 6750.
Hack Attack.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 4026.
Global Dynamics.
Over on the blue side, it's 5332.
Toaster Tech.
In the middle, 6177.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
And rounding out the blue side, it's 3091.
100 Scholars.
All right, field is green. Get all the gates closed up and we will be ready for launch. All right, looks like we're ready to go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match will start in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots are off in action as 3 bots move across for the Blue Alliance. 2 bots move across for the Red Alliance. They move away from the wall. 40-26 delivers a gear. They're going to try to place it before the first 15 seconds. 40-26 trying to score in the upper efficiency goal. They got 1 in. That should be 1 point. All right. Now we have the rotors turning. for both alliances as the score is 70-55. All right, 61, 77, 53, 32, and 30-91, all in the neutral zone for the Blue Alliance as 47-01 Team Wire tries to get down the field and collect a gear to bring back to their airship. Global Dynamics trying to get a gear as well. They're up against their retrieval zone in the chute. 40-26 has a gear in their possession, crossing the neutral zone. 30-91 to 100 Scholars putting on a blocking move, trying to slow them down just a little bit. As 40-26 delivers a gear to the airship. 47-01 delivers a gear to the airship. The Blue Alliance trying to keep the red bots from making it down to the retrieval zone and grabbing those valuable gears. The Red Alliance has a second rotor turning. The Blue Alliance has a second rotor turning as well. Each rotor worth 40 points as they're delivering more gears. The Red Alliance pilot places another gear into the gear set of the third rotor. It takes 3 more in order to get that rotor turning. The Blue Alliance needs 1 more gear in order to start their third rotor turning. As now they crank the gears and the third rotor is turning worth 40 points. 53-32 putting on a blocking maneuver against 47-01. As 30-91 spins around in the neutral zone. Getting into position. The ropes have been deployed. 30-91 grabs hold to the rope. They're climbing up. They come in contact with the touchpad. They signal that they're ready for flight. As 53-32 Toaster Tech. They have a hold of the rope as well. 47-01 has 12 seconds, and they're still trying to grab hold of the rope. They want to secure themselves a seat on the airship. 30-91 has already done that. We have a double hang already and a triple hang for the Blue Alliance, but at the last second, 53-32 drops down. All right. We have a score coming across here in just a second as they're in the clouds one more time. Match number 40 of 74 as the Blue Alliance crosses with 285 to 110. All 3 members of the Blue Alliance move up in the rankings with that victory.
All right, we have hit qualification match number 41. We're gonna start off in red with 3581.
Think Robotics.
Next to them will be 6340.
Marist Screaming Eagles.
Going to battle with them will be 4516.
Hyperion.
All the way over on red, or on blue, I should say, it's 1002.
The Circuit Runners.
In the middle, 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
And rounding out this blue alliance is 4240.
Trotec Warriors.
Got to make sure that all these robots are fueled up before we start qualification match number 41.
Across the field this time, so watch me from over there, okay? What's that? I'm telling him to. I'll get from across the field. I want to watch this one go.
We're almost ready to get this match started. Looks like we will lock up the field and be able to start this one. All right, gates are closed. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And here we go, 15 seconds of autonomous in this match. 5 points for crossing the baseline. 7'9" inches away from the wall. As the bots now have being controlled by the human players. Here come the circuit runners down the field. They're at their retrieval zone collecting a gear. They signal that they have the gear and they diagonally cross the neutral zone, delivering a gear to the airship, which has one rotor in action. The Red Alliance now starts their second rotor as the Blue Alliance follows suit and starts their second rotor. It takes 2 gears to start the second rotor. In order to start the third rotor, it takes 4 gears being placed by the human players to start the third rotor. Each rotor worth 40 points as the bots are dancing all over the field. 6340, the Screaming Eagles. They're down at the retrieval zone collecting a gear to take back to the airship. There's a blockade created by the Blue Alliance as 3581 heads toward their neutral zone, blocking. 1002 now has position at the retrieval zone. They have a gear in their possession. They're going to cross the field to deliver it to the airship. There they go, the circuit runners flying down the field. 2 rotors in action for both alliances, 40 points apiece as they place the final gear for the third rotor on the Blue Alliance. Now we're down to 40 seconds left in the match, 135-98 in favor of the Blue Alliance as action continues on both ends of the field. Circuit runners have another gear. No, they don't. They're headed down the field with 30 seconds left to go, including a blocking maneuver on 3581 as the ropes are being deployed. 21 seconds left to go in the match. Hyperion. They're at the rope. They're going to try to climb. As 3581, Think Robotics tries to climb as well. We have 3815. North Forsyth Raiders, they're in contact with the touchpad. 50 points there as 6340 makes it in contact with the touchpad, signaling that they're ready for flight. 50 points there for the Marist Screaming Eagles. All right, here we go. This one's going to be close. Let's see what happens, folks. The Blue Alliance crosses the finish line with a score of 190 to 189. There was one red penalty, awarding the Blue Alliance 5 points that made a difference in the match.
All right. We're going to start off qualification match number 42. Starting off in the red, they're our host. It's 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
In the middle, it's 3265.
Arrowheads.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 1683.
Techno Titan.
All the way over to the blue side, we have 1795.
Team Clutch.
In the middle, 5582.
Rex Machina.
And rounding out this alliance, it's 3573.
Ohms.
All right, I'm seeing gates closing up all over the field. Got to make sure all 4 of those gates are closed and all field personnel are off the field before we can get this match started. Match number 42, looking to get through 55. Once again, 55 for today. Seeing thumbs up. Looks like we need one more rope on that blue airship.
Okay, just checking. Have you ever seen anybody climb the standard ropes?
I saw one person, the minimally competitive concept from West Coast Revised, wherever it is, can do it.
All right,
And does a lead screen.
here we go. Thumbs up all around. All right, here we go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match will start in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots move forward and autonomous. Crossing that baseline gains them 5 points apiece as we have a 15-0 score, 15-15 now, going into the last few seconds of the autonomous match. 15-15, all the bots move across the baseline. Now the bots are controlled by the human players as they start delivering gears to the airships. They place a gear in the gear set. Now the number 1 gear goes into the rotor and starts the rotor in action. 1 gear is all it takes to start that center rotor moving. It takes 2 additional gears placed by the pilots in order to start rotor number 2. If they want to get number 3 started, It takes 4 additional gears delivered by the bots and placed in the gear set in order to get it started. 40 points for each rotor turning. As 5582 stops in the middle of the neutral zone and heads back towards the airship. 1795 Team Clutch delivers a gear. They've started another gear set for the third rotor. 5582 loses a bumper. They've been disabled in the neutral zone. 1683 dancing around with 35. 73 the ohms in the neutral zone. As 4188 collects a gear and heads down the field. They cross beside 1795. They're at the lift peg. The pilots now have the lift peg up, and they are placing another gear into the gear set. If they can get 5 more gears placed into that gear set, they will be able to start the number 4 rotor. As the Blue Alliance has 2 rotors worth 40 points apiece turning right now. We're under 30 seconds. The ropes have been deployed, and 32.65. The arrowheads with Ned Flangers going to try to climb as 41.88 starts their climb. 16.83. Techno Titans come in contact with the touchpad, signaling that they're ready for flight. As we're down to 7 seconds left to go, they're battling a clock. The clock time is running out. The flight is going to leave without them if they can't get up. And time runs out as we have 1 red bot. 16.83, the Techno Titans in contact with the touchpad at the end of the match. 50 points for the Red Alliance. And we have a score of 240-95 showing before we go into the clouds. Let's see if that's a final. There we go. The Red Alliance comes across. 240-95 as 1683 maintains their position as the number 1 ranked team with that score. 42 of what will be 55 qualifying matches today and 74 total for the weekend.
Qualification adventure number 43 coming up on the docket right now. I think we're going to introduce you guys to the teams, starting off with Team 4468.
Fernbank Lynx.
In the middle, the defending Georgia State champions, it's 4910.
East Cobb Robotics.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 1414.
iHot.
All the way over on blue, 3694.
Warbots.
In the middle, 1746.
Auto.
And rounding out the Blue Alliance, it's 5828.
RoboPats.
That says we're not ready.
Looks like we've got a green light on the field. Thank you. We got green light. We got thumbs up. Looks like we are ready to go. All right. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match starts in 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, as we start autonomous, we have 3 of the top 5 ranked teams in this match. Auto, ranked number 4 at 1746. East Cobb Robotics, 4910, ranked number 5. And iHot, currently ranked number 2. As we end autonomous with a score of 70-0 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Auto holding steady. Now they start maneuvering as 4468. The Fernbank Lynx heads down the field with 4910. East Cobb Robotics. Auto has a gear in their possession. They cross the launch pad line. 4910 putting a good blocking maneuver on as Otto's trying to get around. They spin and get around. 4910 is 1414. Holding steady in the neutral zone, watching to see what happens with the Blue Alliance bots. There's 5828. RoboPats, they're holding steady right now. Don't see a light blinking on their bot. Can't tell if they're in action and communicating or not. As 1746 Auto now down to the retrieval zone, collecting a gear. They spin around from the retrieval zone, bypass iHot, and head to their airship. There goes 5828. They maneuvered into the neutral zone now as 3694. The Warbots, as that's the launch line. 1746 Auto now through the neutral zone, back to the retrieval zone as iHot follows close behind and releases 100 fuel elements out onto the field. 4910 at the retrieval zone. They have a gear in their possession. They collide with 1746 at the launch line, and they try to get around. 1746 putting on a blocking maneuver as they're trying to get to their ship as well. There goes 4910. They're past, and now they're at their airship, going to deliver a gear as both alliances. No, the Red Alliance has 2 rotors turning. The Blue Alliance has 1. Now we have 30 seconds left to go in the match, down to 20 now. As 14-14, iHot climbs. 49-10 starting their climb. 44-68 comes in contact with the pad. 17-46 comes in contact. A triple hang for the Red Alliance. 17-46 has won as we have a 285 to 170 score with 3-1-0. That's the end of match number 43 of 74. And here we go. Let's check and see what happens to the rankings here as the Red Alliance crosses the line first. 49-10 moves up into the third ranked position as Otto jumps from number 4 to number 5. IHOT maintains its number 2 ranking with that 285 to 170 victory in match 43 of 74. All right, watch a word from our sponsor, UPS.
Teams, let's see who's slated to compete in qualification match number 44. We're going to start as usual over here on the red side with 45-16.
Hyperion.
In the middle next to them, it's 56-32.
Azamovians.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, it's 67-16.
Circuit Breakers.
Over here on the Blue Alliance, it's 63-49.
Albany High Indians.
Next to them, 67-50.
Hack Attack.
And rounding out this Blue Alliance, it's 50-74.
Robo Mustangs.
All right, let's get this field locked up and ready to go. Get qualification adventure number 44 started. We have a green light on the field. All right, here we go. Qualification match number 44 is ready to go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match will start in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the red bots and the blue bots are off in action as 63-49 crosses the baseline worth 5 points. 50-74 holds steady against the Alliance wall. That's where all the robots start in contact with the Alliance wall at the beginning of the match. First 15 seconds. They can score multiple ways. Right now, 45-16, Hyperion delivers a gear as the humans have control. 63-49, trying to score in the lower high hopper. The efficiency goals, trying to stoke that boiler with some pressure and those fuel elements. 67-16, the circuit breaker spinning around, putting a blocking maneuver on 63-49, who's trying to travel down the side, but no, they release the fuel elements and then travel down the side as 50-74 moves to their retrieval zone. Hyperion at the back side of their airship. 67-16, dancing around the middle of the field with 63-49 as 56-32 crawls up on top of the fuel elements, headed towards the retrieval zone. (56-32) at the retrieval zone. 56-32 now has a gear, headed down the field. They're in the neutral zone. Hyperion right there in front of them. As they maneuver across the front, they spin around in the neutral zone, headed to the other side of the airship as 50-74 spins around at the launching zone. 63-49, a bunch of fuel elements in their possession. They head towards the boiler. They're going to try to stoke the boiler. Takes 9 fuel elements in the low goal in order to score 1 point. 3 in the high goal in order to score 1 point. As they shoot and try to score high, they're just a little errant with their shots, trying to stoke the boiler, trying to build that pressure. As we're down to 18 seconds left to go, 95-45 in favor of the Red Alliance right now. The ropes have been deployed as 50-74. The Robo Mustangs approach the rope. 56-32. The Ozymovians, they're at the airship as we run out of time. All right. Looks like we have a score coming up on the board as we're clearing the field. The Red Alliance crosses the line with a score of 100-45. 45-16 climbs into the number 5 position with that victory.
All right, we got 11 more matches left today. Here we go with qualification match number 45. It's 58-48.
Robo C3.
Next to them in the middle, it's 54-82.
Robotics.
And rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 35-73.
Ohms.
Over on the blue side, starting off in blue 1 with 38-15.
North Forsyth Raiders.
And next to them, it's 58-40.
Shockwave.
And rounding out this blue alliance, it's 32-65.
Arrowheads.
We got a green light on the field. Just making sure the field is prepared for takeoff. All right, here we go. Pilots ready for flight, drivers behind the line. Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And first 15 seconds of the match. The bots start at the Alliance wall and then move according to what their humans have programmed them to do. They cross the baseline, 7'9" and change. They get 5 points. As we start the human interaction with a score of 10-5 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 35-73, spinning around in a neutral zone in front of 32-65. 32-65, spinning around as well. It's 35-73. They're at the retrieval zone for the Red Alliance, collecting a gear to take back to the airship. Both alliances have one gear placed on their airship. The Blue Alliance now has placed 2 additional gears to start the second rotor. The Red Alliance now waiting for one more gear to get that second rotor in operation. Each rotor worth a minimum of 40 points for each alliance. As the Blue Alliance now has another gear in their possession, they're going to another gear set. To start the third rotor, they need 3 more gears placed for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance has the second rotor turning now as 54-82 delivers another gear to the lift station, the lift peg for the Red airship. Pilots communicating with the drivers on the other side of the wall as they're looking to collect more gears. We have another gear placed by the Red Alliance. That makes 2 of 5 needed to start the third rotor turning. As 58-48, 35-73, and 54-82 are down in the blue launch area, trying to collect those valuable gears as the ropes are deployed. We're under 30 seconds. Down to 20 seconds now left to go in the match. As 38-15 approaches the rope. 32-65, the Arrowheads are trying to climb as well. 35-73, the Ohms were in position and then backed away as another gear was delivered. We're down to 0 seconds left to go in the match. That's the end, especially with 0. It's under review by the referee right now as the button has been pressed. All right, we have a score. Blue Alliance crossing the finish line first. All right, Blue Alliance 165 to 90 over the Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance was awarded a touchpad for the Red Alliance bot coming in contact with the Blue Alliance in the last 30 seconds as they were trying to climb.
Here we go, match number 46. We're going to start it off on red with team 1648.
G3 Robotics.
In the middle, their team member, team 4730.
Terminators.
And we're going to round it out on this red side with team 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
All right, over here on the blue, we have the current number 1 seed, team 1683.
Techno Titan.
In the middle, their partner, team 5332.
Toaster Tech.
And rounding out this blue alliance, it's team 1002.
The Circuit Runners. 70 to 15 advantage for the Red Alliance. The gear delivered and placed in the number 1 rotor made the difference coming out of autonomous. As the Blue Alliance now has a gear they're placing into the rotor, starting the number 1 rotor. The Red Alliance now has the second gear placed in the gear set for the second rotor, starting it in action. The Blue Alliance has the second rotor started. Takes 4 more gears to start the next rotor for the Blue Alliance. They need 2 more to start for the Red Alliance, as the Red Alliance now has the third rotor turning. They need 6 additional gears in order to start that fourth rotor, gaining 1 valuable ranking point, as we're now 150 to 135 with 50 seconds left to go in the match. There goes 4730 dancing around in the center neutral zone. 4188 goes flying by them to the retrieval zone, as 1002 the circuit runners deliver another gear to the airship. Takes 6 gears to start that fourth rotor in action. 1641, 1648, 4188. They've delivered gears. Now we're under 30 seconds. The ropes have been deployed. It's 5332 is at the rope. 1683 and the circuit runners climbing as well. 1648 G3 Robotics trying to get up onto their rope as 4188. Columbus Space Program comes in contact with the touchpad. 2 bots in contact with the touchpad. A triple hang for the Blue Alliance with 1 second left to go. A double hang for the Red Alliance. Another triple hang for the Blue Alliance. Here comes the final score. Watch it in the clouds. Our high score so far has been 285. Will we meet or beat that? With the final score being 285 to 250, we have tied the high score. That was set back in match number 24. 285 to 250 as the Blue Alliance bots. 1683 maintains its number 1 position as the circuit runners slide into the 5 ranking.
All right, we're ready to go for excursion number 47. Starting off on the red side with team 1414.
High hot.
Next to them will be team 4112.
Eaglebots.
And wrapping up this red alliance, it's 6340.
Marish Screaming Eagles.
Over here on the blue side, first up, team 4026.
Global Dynamics.
In the middle, 5828.
RoboPats.
And rounding out the blue side, it's 3635.
Flying Legion.
Looks like we've just got to get the launch pad areas figured out. Some issues with the touch pads. The field is green, but all that means is that the robots are connected. We need to make sure that the entire field is prepared. Oh, let's get ready to go here. Excursion number 47. Gonna get these gates closed up. Gonna get our field personnel off the field. So close. All right, looks like we're good to go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots are off in action. 5 points for crossing the baseline as 6340 dumps a lot of fuel into the boiler. Each 3 fuel elements that they get into the boiler in autonomous gains 1 point in the lower goal. Now, the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance both have the center rotor turning. The Red Alliance got theirs turning in autonomous worth 60 points. All right, action continues as more fuel elements hit the field. 41-12, the Eaglebots have a gear in their possession. They travel down the sideline, pushing 58-28 out of the way as they head towards their airship. 40-26, Global Dynamics putting on a blocking maneuver, but they're able to get to the airship with the gear. The Red Alliance now has 2 rotors in action. They have 1 more gear that they're placing into the gear set for the 3rd rotor. They need 2 additional gears in order to get that 3rd rotor turning for the Red Alliance. There goes 1. There 1 more is all they need. They're waiting on their bot. As 14-14 battling it out with 40-26. 41-12. The Eaglebots deliver to the peg. Another gear. It's up into the airship. The pilot sets it into the gear set. The gear set is completed. The 3rd rotor is crunk, and it's starting to turn as there are 2 rotors turning for the Blue Alliance. Gears are being delivered right now as another one goes into the gear set. 2 more needed to complete the Blue Alliance third rotor. 182 to 95 in favor of the Red Alliance as we approach 30 seconds left to go in the match. When we hit the final 30 seconds, ropes can be deployed and the bots can secure themselves a spot on the airship for flight by climbing the ropes and coming in contact with the touch pads. Global Dynamics, 36-35. They're climbing. 41-12 made a successful climb. They're in contact as 40-26 comes in contact and lights. 14-14 lights up the pad as well. Both alliances have 2 bots up onto the airship, indicating that they're ready for flight. As the match is over with, that's 47 of 74 in the books. Here comes the score. Look into the cloud one more time. As the Red Alliance crosses the line with a score of 282 to 195. 14-14 IHOT maintains its slot in the second position as 41-12 climbs into the number 5 ranked position. With that loss, 36-35 still maintains their number 4 position in the rankings.
All right, let's see what these teams have in store for us in match number 48, starting off with 61-77.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
In the middle, 35-81.
Think Robotics.
Rounding out the Red Alliance, it's 55-82.
Rex Machina.
Over here on the blue, we're going to start off with 17-46.
Otto.
Next to them, 63-25.
Reset Robotics.
Rounding out this blue alliance, it's 44-68.
Fernbank Lynx.
One more gate to close here, and then we will be ready to start qualification match number 48, only going through 55 this evening. Gonna finish off the remaining couple through to 74 tomorrow. All right, we got thumbs up. We're ready to go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And the bots are off in action as the blue bots cross the baseline. They deliver a gear to the pilot who places it in, and the rotor starts. for the Blue Alliance, 60 points in autonomous. As Otto crosses into the neutral zone. Now another gear is delivered, and the second rotor has started. .44.68 delivering a gear to the blue airship as 55.82, 17.46 battle in the middle of the field. 55.82 bangs into Otto, who loses the gear in the middle of the field. Now 61.77. Atomic Robotic Dogs trying to get a gear. They're moving a little closer, and their human player drops the gear onto their bot as they move down to the airship. 63.25. Reset Robotics. They're down there. They have a gear in their possession, sliding down the sideline, headed towards their airship. As 44.68 and 55.82 dance in the middle of the neutral zone. Otto trying to deliver a gear. It falls out of their bot at the red airship. And Otto collects another gear, dances around the red airship, and heads across the neutral zone to their blue ship. As the Blue Alliance now has another gear turning. All right, a lot of action taking place. All right. Rotors are in action, 3 of them for the Blue Alliance, 2 for the Red Alliance. As we're down to 28 seconds left in the match, 205 to 98. There we go. They're placing another gear set, trying to get that fourth one in place. They need 6 gears. 44.68 is climbing. Fernbank Links. Climbing, trying to come in contact, signaling that they're ready for flight. 63.25 trying to climb as well. As 35.81 is battling against the clock with 1 second left to go. 1 bot up for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance ran out of time, and the airship left without them. 48-74 currently in the books. We now have a score coming up on the screen. Watch them in the clouds one more time as the Blue Alliance crosses the line first with a score 255 to 98 as 17.46 and 63.25 move into the top 8. 17.46 moves from 8th to 4th with that victory.
All right. We're still waiting for some robots to enter the field. All right, we're going to start off with team number 1795.
Team Clutch.
Next to them, in the middle, it's team number 6349.
Albany High Indian.
And rounding out this Red Alliance, it's 4910.
East Cobb Robotics.
Over here on the blue, we're gonna start off with Team 2415.
Wired Cats.
In the middle next to them will be Team 4701.
Team Wire.
Rounding out the Blue Alliance will be team number 3694.
Warbots.
We're still missing some pilots here. Ooh, looks like we're just gonna fuel up the red robots. We have a green light on the field. Looks like we are completely securing these airships. All the ropes are secure, all the airships are secure. Looks like all the gates except one are secure now. Just gotta finish off this one gate and we will be ready to start qualification excursion number 49. Here we go, teams. Let's go. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And once more, 15 seconds of autonomous as the bots move forward. Crossing the baseline, gaining 5 points apiece as we have a 15-10 score right now. Trying to deliver another gear. They get a gear placed onto the airship. 75-70, the difference being the bots that crossed over the baseline. Now the Wired Cats cross beside 4910 in the neutral zone as they head towards their retrieval zone. They have a gear in their possession. They're going to spin around. 63-49, Albany High Indians putting a blocking maneuver. Now 24-15 travels around the airship, trying to get past the red bots. Now they're in the neutral zone. They have the gear in their possession, heading towards the airship. The Red Alliance now places the second gear into the gear set, starting the number 2 rotor going. It takes 2 gears to start the number 2 rotor turning. It takes 4 additional gears placed by the human players to start the 3rd gear rotor turning. As 63-49 trying to score in the high efficiency goal. They need to get 3 of those fuel elements in the high efficiency goal to gain 1 KPA. 135-115 as we're 65 seconds left to go in the match. 24-15 and 49-10 were battling it out in the neutral zone. Then they went their separate ways. As 1795 approaches their retrieval zone to collect a gear. 63-49 collecting fuel elements onto their bot. As 4701 Team Wire tries to collect a gear. It falls just a little short. The Wired Cats gain a gear, head down the field as 1795, 3694 battle it out. 1795 now crosses the entire length of the field, heads to the airship with now 27 seconds left to go in the match. The gear falls off of the lift peg as the ropes are being deployed. 4701 Team Wire trying to climb as the Wired Cats come in contact with the touchpad. 50 points for the Blue Alliance. 49-10. The East Cobb Robotics and their bot burn at 1795, battling the clock with 5 seconds left to go. They come in contact with 1 second left to go for the Red Alliance as they have 2 hanging robots, 2 robots signaling that they're ready for flight on the Red Alliance. This is a close one, folks. Here we go. Let's see what happens. As the Red Alliance crosses the line first with a score of 255 to 225. Big difference in the match was the second bot that was able to signal that it was ready for takeoff for the Red Alliance. 49 of 74 in the books.
Here on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 4240.
Trotec Warriors.
Next to them, it's 5828.
RoboPats.
Next to them in blue, it's 5632.
Ozomovians.
All right. It's time to go. One more gate, and we will be ready to go.
Over the baseline, and they also scored a rotor in autonomous, gaining 60 points for that rotor in autonomous. Now for each rotor that goes into action, as the Red Alliance 100 Scholars pilot picks up, places it in the gear set, turns the crank. It starts the second rotor, worth an additional 40 points. As the Blue Alliance places one gear, she collects the second gear and places it into the gear set, turns the crank, and the second rotor turns for the Blue Alliance. 115 to 95, the difference right now. 60 points gained for that first rotor in autonomous. Gave them 20 additional points as the bots move up and down the field. The circuit runners pass 3091 in the center and now deliver a gear to their airship. I want to try to get that third rotor going. They need one more gear to start the third rotor for another 40 points. As the Blue Alliance needs 4 gears delivered to their airship in order to get the third rotor turning. The Red Alliance now has their third rotor turning. As we're down to 50 seconds left to go in the match, the 100 Scholars grabs hold, and they're ready for flight. They're in contact with that pad. As the circuit runners, they're in contact with the pad. That's 2 bots in contact with the touchpad, signaling that they're ready for flight on the Red Alliance. The 100 Scholars and the circuit runners ready for takeoff at the end of the match. All right, they're off into the air one more time. as the Red Alliance crosses the finish line with a score 255 to 100. All right, here we go. A word from Aflac.
Affleck.
He told me he was good, dude.
Yeah, he stinks at golf, but he was great to get my claim paid fast.
How fast?
Mine got paid in 1 day.
Wow, that's awesome. Is that legal?
Big fat no.
In just 1 day, we process approve and pay. 1 day pay, only from Aflac.
All right, 5 more matches to go this evening. It's qualification match number 51. In red, we're going to start off with team number 4188.
Columbus Space Program.
In the middle, their alliance partners, team number 6325.
Reset Robotics.
And rounding out this red alliance is 5848.
Robo C3.
Over on the other side, on the blue, it's 6750.
Hack Attack.
Next to them will be team 1414.
I Hot.
And rounding out the blue, it's team number 1746.
Auto.
All right, we got a green light on the field. Let's see, are all of our field.
1 gear into the second rotor set. The second rotor has started. Well, they're trying to reset it, reposition that gear. It must be in the right spot. It started the second rotor turning. As the Red Alliance has 1 rotor turning, Blue Alliance has 2. We have a score of 110 to 70. Right now, as we're just under 120 left to go in the match. Here comes Otto racing down the field, colliding with the sidewall at 58-48, putting on a blocking maneuver, trying to keep 1746 from getting to the retrieval zone to collect the gear. 1746 spins around at the line, now heads to the airship, delivering another gear to their pilot in the airship as 6325 tries to collect the gear from the retrieval zone. 4188 has delivered their gear. Another gear is placed in the third rotor set. Both alliances have 2 rotors turning, both worth at least 40 points apiece. As Otto is there trying to put another gear on the peg, the pilot collects the gear, hands it to the co-pilot, who places it into the gear set for the third rotor. They need 1 more to complete the gear set for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance, they need 2 more gears, it looks like, maybe 3, to complete their gear set to start their third rotor turning. As the Blue Alliance now has delivered the third gear and the third rotor is now in action. 4188 delivers a gear to the pilot, who signals for the bot to back off, as now the Ropes are being deployed. Another gear being placed in the gear set. As 4188 starts its climb to get on the airship for flight, it is signaled that it is ready for flight. It's in position, buckled up, as 1746 for the Blue Alliance does the same. We're down to 4 seconds left to go. Will there be any more bots taking flight? Not at this time, as match number 51 comes to an end. Let's take a look in the cloud and see what the final score is. As the Brew Alliance crosses the line with a score of 225 to 160. iHot moves into the number 1 ranked position as Otto moves up into number 4. 60 moves up in the rankings as well.
Qualification match number 52 coming up very soon for you guys. We're going to start it off in red with 3694.
Warbots.
In the middle, their alliance partner will be team number 1795.
Team Clutch.
Rounding out this red alliance, it's 3265.
Arrowheads.
Over here on the blue side, we have team 5332.
Toaster Tech.
Next to them will be team 3581.
Think Robotics.
And to round out the blue side of the field, we have team number 5074.
Robo Mustangs.
All right, let's get this field locked up for match number 52. Final gear preloads going in right now. Couple robots that haven't been agreeable yet. Oh, there we go. Green light on the field. Let's get this field closed up, and we will be ready to go for match number 52. Here we go. Let's go. Drivers behind the lines. Pilots ready for flight. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off in autonomous. 15 seconds. Programmed by the human players. Crossing the baseline, gains 5 points. Delivering a gear and placing it into the gear set for rotor number 1, gains 60 points. As the humans now have control of the bots. $17.95, Team Clutch. They're in the neutral zone, spinning around 5332, who's headed down to their retrieval zone area. S3581 has a gear. All the blue bots trying to get into the retrieval zone. There's only 2 slots open for the bots in the blue retrieval zone. 50-74 now approaching the retrieval zone as 35-81 collects a gear and heads downfield. 32-65 puts in a blocking maneuver, but 32-65 travels right on by. 53-32 delivers a gear to the airship. They have already gained a second rotor in operation. Now they need 2 more gears to get the third gear in operation on the Blue Alliance. As 36-94 has a solid orange light indicating that there may be some communication problems. The Blue Alliance bots collecting gears. 50-74 now headed across the neutral zone as 35-61 comes back down. 35-81 Think Robotics comes back down the field to collect a gear. 50-74 the Robo Mustangs deliver another gear to the Blue Alliance airship. 1 more gear is all that they need in order to start that third rotor in action, gaining another 40 points. We're down to 30 seconds left to go in the match as the final gear is placed in the third rotor gear set. They now have 3 gears in action for the Blue Alliance, 2 for the Red Alliance. 15 seconds left to go, 135-90 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now as another gear is delivered by the Blue Alliance. 32-65, 17-95. They're on the ropes. They're climbing as 17-95, running short of time. Comes up at the last second, comes in contact with the think pad, scoring 50 points for the Red Alliance. That could have given them the victory. A last second climb right there by the Red Alliance. Team 17-95 helps the Red Alliance cross the finish line ahead of the Blue Alliance with a score of 140-135 as all the team members move up in the rankings for the Red Alliance after match number 52 of 74 is in the books.
All right, teams, we only have 3 matches left today. This is qualification match number 53, starting off on red with team number 63-40.
Screaming Eagles.
In the middle, next to them, will be team number 49-10.
East Cobb Robotics.
Rounding out the Red Alliance will be team number 61-77.
Atomic Robotic Dogs.
Over here on the blue, we're going to start off with team number 2415.
Oh, Wired Cats.
In the middle, it's 3635.
Flying Legion.
And last but certainly not least, it's team number 3815.
North Forsyth Raiders.
All right, teams, let's get ready to take off here. Both of the airships are locked down. Still waiting to make sure that all the robots agree with the field right now. Here we go. We got a green light on the field. Looks like we've got just one more gate open here. Once we get that lockdown, we will be able to start qualification match number 53. All right, teams, let's get ready to go. We got 3 matches left on the day. Pilots ready for flight, drivers behind the line. In 3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off in autonomous. One more time, as 2415, the Wired Cats deliver a gear to the airship. Starting the rotor, worth 60 points right there. Red Alliance the same as well, 77 to 75, coming out of autonomous. All right, had some fuel points delivered during that match. There we go, 2415. Races across the field, 4910 races across the field. They're both delivering gears to their bots, to their airships. 36-35 delivers a gear. They have a second rotor turning on the Blue Alliance, a second rotor turning on the Red Alliance. They're placing additional gears on the Red Alliance. They need 2 more gears in order to get that third rotor turning. The Blue Alliance needs 3 more gears to get the rotor turning on the Blue Alliance airship. 63-40. Dances around with 24-15 as they approach the airship. All right. 49-10 dancing with 24-15 in the neutral zone as they part ways. 49-10 heads down to the retrieval zone. That's East Cobb Robotics. 61-77 following close behind now as 63-40 heads down there as well. 38-15 holding steady against the wall. 49-10 at the airship delivering another gear. They have 3 rotors spinning on both alliances. 63-40 delivers another gear as we're down to 36 seconds, 180 to 157 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. As 48-10 is delivering another gear. There comes 24-15 collecting a gear now. With just under 17 seconds left to go in the match, the ropes have been deployed. 63-40 started their climb. 61-77. The Atomic Robotic Dogs, they're in contact with the pad. That's 49-10. East Cobb Robotics winding their way up. 24-15 climbs and comes in contact. 36-25 racing against the clock, but runs out of time. And the airship leaves without them. They were a little bit late. All right. 2:57 to 2:30 is what it looks like at the end of the match. Let's see what happens as the Red Alliance crosses the line first with a score of 2:57 to 2:30. They're ready for takeoff on the Red Alliance. The second bot made the difference in the match. The Red Alliance did get 2 pressure points awarded to them coming out of autonomous.
Qualification adventure number 54 is on the field right now. We have plenty of green lights. We're going to start it off on the red side with team number 6716.
Circuit Breakers.
Next to them will be team number 4730.
Terminators.
And rounding out the alliance will be team number 3091.
100 Scholars.
Run all the way to blue side with team number 4468.
Burnbank Lynx.
Next to them, it's 4516.
Hyperion.
And rounding out this alliance is team number 5482.
Robotics.
Perfect timing. Green light goes off, locking up the field. Looks like we will be set to go momentarily. All right, the field is locked up. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line. Match number 54 in 3, 2, 2, 1, go!
And they're off and running as all the bots move forward. 44-68, 54-82, and 45-16. Gain 5 points. Blue Alliance gains 60 points for delivering a gear and starting the rotor as a 75-10 advantage as now the second rotor. As now the rotor goes into operation for the Red Alliance. 39, D1 now dancing around the middle of the field as the second rotor starts for the Blue Alliance. The Red Alliance trying to get the gears up. They have one gear in their gear set to start the second rotor. They need one more. As the Blue Alliance now has 2 rotors turning, they need 3 more gears in order to start the third rotor turning. 2 of them being placed right now. 1 more gear delivered to the Blue Alliance airship will get them a third rotor in operation if they can place it properly. As 54-82 travels down the field with a gear in their possession, they move to the airship. They are now at the far side. They're at the lift peg. They place the gear onto the lift peg. The pilot lifts the gear. Pilot now has it. Place it into the gear set. Turns the crank. The third rotor turning another 40 points for the Blue Alliance. 100 fuel elements now out onto the field as 3091 dances around in the neutral zone. 54-82 in a blocking position, trying to keep the Red Alliance from gaining those valuable gears. Another gear being delivered to the Blue Alliance. They need 6 gears to start that final rotor in action. They just now placed 2 more. As 47-30 tries to deliver another gear to the Red Alliance airship. The pilot signals for them to move forward as they're trying to deliver. We're under 30 seconds left to go. 180-50 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now as the red bot 3091 climbs up into the airship, signaling that they're ready for flight. That's an additional 50 points. None of the Blue Alliance bots have started climbing yet as we're down to 5 seconds left to go. 44-68 races against time in order to get their air. Yes, they do, right at T0. 44-68, Fernbank Lynx. All right. The referees have done their little quick review of the field. We have the score. Here they go racing into the clouds one more time as the Blue Alliance crosses the line victorious with a 230-100 victory. All 3 members of the Blue Alliance move up in the rankings as 45-16 slides into the number 2 ranked position. 44-68 Fernbank Lynx climbs into the top 10. 54 of 74 matches now complete. Folks, after this next match is over with, that will be the final match of the day. Pits will close tonight at 8 o'clock. We will reopen the pits tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. First match scheduled to get underway at 9:30 tomorrow. That'll be match number 56 as we get ready to start number 55 of what will be 74 total qualifying matches.
It's time to get going with qualification match number 55. We have made it through every scheduled match that we wanted to get through today. So, now to introduce the teams participating in match number 55. The first one will be team number 5840.
Shockwave.
Next to them on the Red Alliance will be team number 4240.
Trotec Warriors.
And rounding out this Red Alliance is team 1683.
Techno Titans.
Facing against them on the blue, first off, team number 5582.
Rex Machina.
In the middle, team 4701.
Team Wire.
And rounding it out, team number 4112.
Eagle Bots.
The field is green. Let's clear the field and get ready for the last qualification match of the day. All right, here we go. Qualification match number 55. Pilots ready for flight. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off and running. Match 55, the last match of the day in autonomous. As 1683 delivers a gear, they place it in the rotor. Both alliances have 60 points for rotor, 75-75 coming out of autonomous. 1 minute, 2 minutes left to go in the match. As 4240 releases 100 fuel elements out on the field. 4112, the Eagle Bots race down to their airship as 5582 and 1683 have a conversation in the neutral zone. Now they part ways as 5582 decides she wants to talk with 4240 in the neutral zone. Here comes 4112 racing down the field, delivering another gear to their airship as 5840 dances around the launch pad area. 4112 slides right by 5840 and heads to their retrieval zone, collects a gear. Now they're back down the sideline, passing 5840 and headed towards their airship. The Blue Alliance has 2 rotors turning. The Red Alliance has 1 as 5582 spins in the neutral zone. 4112 successfully delivers another gear. 5840 dancing back and forth from the launch area to the neutral zone. As 4240 in the blue launch pad area heads out into the neutral zone. At a score of 115-75 right now in favor of the Blue Alliance, as the Blue Alliance needs 1 more gear to start the 3rd rotor turning. Right now the difference was in the amount of gears that they have placed. The 3rd rotor is now turning for the Blue Alliance as the Red Alliance completes the gear set for rotor number 2 and starts it turning. We're down to 24 seconds left to go in the match with the Blue Alliance ahead, 155-115. As 4112 approaches a rope, they're going to try to climb and secure themselves a spot on the airship. As 1683, Techno Titans have signaled that they're ready for flight. 5582 signals that they're ready for flight. 4112 racing against the clock to get up. They said that they're ready for flight right at the last second at T0. The Blue Alliance bot, 4112, makes it in contact with the touchpad as we have a final score coming up. Final match of the day, they're in the clouds. Blue Alliance crosses the finish line with a score of 255-165. That was the last qualifying match for today. Pits will close at 8 o'clock this evening. We will reopen the pits tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Opening ceremonies to begin at 9 with the first match, match number 56, starting promptly right after opening ceremonies tomorrow morning.